Everyone. That didn't sound very excited. I won't take that personally. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I am Trey Williams, and today is January 31st, 2025. Ms. Hood, can we please have a roll call? Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Taylor-Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Margate. Present. Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Commissioner Caparello. And Commissioner Becky.
Present.
I'd like to remind everyone that if you have not done so already, please put your phone on silent. Really appreciate that. And please let us all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you all for joining us. In the interest of time, and because we have a large docket, we are going to begin with section number 12 for non-degree institutional licensure issues, and subsection A is institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. It appears that we have a couple here. There are two institutions in this section. We'll take these individually, obviously. Number one is Miami Ad School, Miami number 3086. If you are here from that institution, please come forward to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Roxandra Tipa. I am the Chief Financial Officer at Miami Ad School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Henry Mayorena. I am the Managing Director for Miami High School.
Have you guys been able to review the staff recommendation for today that includes a couple of contingencies for, wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Pardon me, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. I haven't finished my second cup of coffee yet. There it is. So tell me how things are, have some positive momentum going?
Yes, it's slow but steady. I think that everything that we've done for the last 2 years is paying off. Obviously, enrollments are not increasing as fast as we would like to, but retention is good. And we're hopeful that probably by the end of this year, enrollments are going to start increasing.
Can you tell us a little about what you're doing to increase those enrollments and the efforts you're making?
So we continue with the biggest budget being allocated to the development part. We're also looking forward to COE, our accrediting agency, to finalize the accreditation so we can change our programs and innovate them. And we hope that that will make the programs more attractive to the new audience that we identified on the market.
Do you think that's a hurdle now for conversions of whatever?
So our development department, yes, receives feedback from those students we lose, and they do refer to the programs, the curriculum that needs to be innovated.
Okay, good. Well, at least you've been able to substantiate that, right,
Yeah.
with the student?
Yeah.
Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, I'm inclined to ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on the financial progress report for 3086.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Hope things continue in a positive direction for you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
The next institution is the Barbering Academy, Doral, number 9049. Staff recommendations are provided, and if you are here from that institution, please step forward to the podium and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning, this is Riveron Perdomo for the Barbering Academy.
and Mark Murray, legal counsel for the Barbering Academy.
So we were just discussing positive momentum and financial progress. Tell me how things are.
We're doing pretty good. Everything's working and the enrollments are steady, so everything's good.
How is it year over year compared to your past performance?
Much better. As time passes, the more experience, the more we're out there. This is our third year. It definitely gets better.
Do you know how many students you have right now?
I have 65 active.
Oh, wow. I was looking through your 23 numbers. These are all trailing information that we have here, where you had a little dip. Well, not the dip, that's out of order. So 78 from last year, I should say. So it sounds like you're going to beat your previous year?
Yes, definitely. We have some months that are a little under 10 enrollments, but most months we're pretty steady.
And do you think the financial progress is a top-line revenue only issue, or do you feel like you've done anything to rein in any fixed costs or expenses that were contributing to that?
I think for now, until we have financial assistance, it's something that's going to stay pretty steady.
When you say financial assistance, what do you mean by that?
We're seeking accreditation, so that's going to be different. We're now working with the VA, so different things that we're adding and doing that are going to change hopefully this year.
Where are you in that accreditation process?
We're in candidate status, and I have my first visit on Tuesday.
Well, all right. Good timing.
Yeah.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to affirm you and congratulate you on the improved placement rate. I mean, that is just a really impressive growth
you.
there. So,
And we're working on improving and on getting even better. So now that we, fix a few things we were confused on. So thank you.
So great job on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, I had a question for the director. So this is 3 years in a row of placement success. Why was there a progress report required of the school? Was it from 2021 data and earlier?
I can help.
Yes, so I think we had a little bit of confusion about the reporting of that student data. So she actually received her clerked order on the June 27th, 2024, and then she went back and corrected some of those numbers, which is why you're seeing that they are higher now on your reports.
Got it.
But I'll let you speak to
It was all timing.
Okay.
The timing of the graduation versus the timing of the reporting. So that was a confusion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for 9049.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Keep up the good
Thank you,
placement
everyone.
work.
All right. Thank you.
Section B is application for provisional licensure. We will be taking these individually. I believe there are 12 in this section. Number 1 is the Advanced Dental Academy of Treasure Coast, Palm Beach, number 13196. If you are here from that institution, please step forward to the podium and introduce yourself. Do we have anyone online? Because it appears we have no one here. Okay. Director, if I'm understanding this is a faculty challenge between multiple locations. Is that what I'm understanding?
So for this particular entity, we're recommending that the commissioners grant the provisional license, and there are 2 contingencies related to this one: submission of their Board of Dentistry approval for the expanded functions, and submission of an updated enrollment agreement and catalog with the removal of references to synchronous delivery from the refund policy. There were some questions surrounding the way the sharing of the faculty with the campus in their Port St. Lucie. They did provide an explanation of that on page 7 of your summary sheet. And it does appear that the students would be moving with the dentist and possibly enrolled at both locations, so there may have been some questions surrounding the enrollment.
You let those two contingencies address that one sufficiently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments about staff recommendations or the contingencies? Any public comment? Hearing none, I ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 13196.
So moved?
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The next item on the agenda is AIT Technology School, Aventura, number 13240. If you are here from that institution, please step to the podium and introduce yourself.
Good morning,
Morning,
Commissioners
thank you
and
for being
staff.
here.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Commission. I'm Dennis Barbarny. I'm CEO and President, CIE Technology School.
Good morning. I am Lyubov Kravitsky, Administration of AIT Technology School.
Thank you for being here. Can't have a conversation if you're alone. I'd open the floor to commissioners to have questions or comments. Are you guys aware of the staff recommendation that has been provided to us and the details associated with it?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And there is a renewal date noted in there. I don't see the date of that is 100 days prior to the scheduled renewal. I just want to make sure that there's a awareness of that.
We actually went over those protocols.
Okay. I'm curious, if you don't mind me asking, how AI has impacted your software and coding programs.
So AI today, it's a great helper, but it can't, change the workplaces for software developers. So today you can do your work faster, but you cannot, exchange people. We know it for sure. We are currently running the school in Israel and Germany, and we see the market and we know what we do.
Yeah. Are you worried at some point that the person may be removed from the equation?
In a future, maybe, but for the 10 years, no.
Yeah. I thought I saw a statistic the other day that said 40% of coding was done by AI, but perhaps they're talking about the volume of the coding and not the completion of the coding. And
It can help you to do your job, but it cannot replace you, believe me.
Right. I believe you. Thank you for that. Interesting times we live in.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, I'd ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 13240.
So moved?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I hope we turn out to be right about that in a few years and that doesn't become a challenge for you. Good luck with it.
Thank you, Commissioners. And at the same time, we'd like to thank Mr. Victor Soray, who helped on this application.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 3 is Codecraft Institute, India Atlantic, number 13242. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hello again.
Good morning, Commissioners. Josh Landon, Codecraft Institute, Finance Director.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Shannon Landon, President and Campus Director of Codecraft Institute.
Thank you both for being here. I wonder if you're seeing anything different than the folks that were at the podium a moment ago about that same discussion, because you're very tech heavy and web development heavy on your programming. You have concerns about that, or do you share his opinion?
I certainly have concerns, but right now we're seeing AI as a great helper to developers.
Right.
Raising concerns about security, so things we have to keep in mind.
What do you mean by that?
Cybersecurity programs and threats that may come up which we haven't anticipated. We need to train for that, prepare people.
Sure.
I'm just curious, in the classes, do you still use Visual Studio, or have you transitioned over to Cursor?
Interesting. Well, actually, since our classes are hybrid and remote, we had the opportunity previously to research and develop our own coding platform. We also provide integrations with other IDEs. But primarily, since we're working with students, we want to increase their access, and our editors are web-based, cloud-based editors.
Got it, right, sandboxes and,
Sure.
yeah, great.
I don't know how equipment heavy you guys are forced to be, and the numbers that we have here trail from August of '24. Do you have any concerns about having a cash squeeze relative to whatever equipment you might need going forward and all the CapEx associated with what you do?
We certainly will keep an eye on it, but no, we've been so lucky. Our business is primarily software-based, so we do a lot in the cloud. Students use their own computers, and our staff has computers, but we don't run our own servers or manage that. We outsource it to the big cloud providers.
Did you guys have a positive net income for '24? I don't know if you've done your numbers, but I hope you know them, whether you've submitted your taxes or not. Do you know that?
For Codecraft Institute, we haven't started doing any business. But yes, we have a positive net income.
I see that now. I was looking at a negative from August, but startup costs, I understand. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Any public? Oh, Commissioner Murray.
Just a question. What type of individual are you going to be recruiting for these courses? People that already have bachelor's degree? What is going to be the admission requirement to make sure these people can succeed?
Great question. So we do have plans to work with transitioning military members, and we have partnered with Northrop Grumman and Embry-Riddle in order to provide a pipeline to education. So in a lot of cases, we're looking for someone who may already have a STEM degree, but not necessarily in computer science or a technology field, has the intellectual capacity to tackle these courses and succeed, and then hopefully make their way into a wonderful lifelong career. And a lot of those opportunities then afford them the pathway to continued studies. So through an arrangement, a partnership with Embry-Riddle, they'll accept our diplomas when we're ready to grant them as course credit in their CSCE program. So we hope that we encourage people to continue education beyond this entry-level training.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think you've been in business long enough yet to qualify, but post 9/11 GI Bill, if that's something that you were thinking about applying for when you qualify.
Absolutely. We've been looking at vet tech programs. We're very excited to see that Congress has reauthorized that program. We're waiting for them to open their applications. And with this commission's work, hopefully our success, we'll be able to work with them right away.
And every base has a TAPS program for veterans who are trying to transition into civilian life that are looking for programs, and they're allowed to concurrently go through those programs before they leave the military.
I don't know as much about that one.
Yeah, the Department of Defense Skill Bridge program also is always seeking the types of training that you're doing.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Getting approved takes more than a smile, but it's worth, on the other side, because it's so important for our veterans to be able to assimilate back into society seamlessly. Any additional questions, guys? Any public comment? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13242.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with it. I hope that goes well.
Thank you.
The next item is Florida Career Training Institute, Miami, number 13122. If you're here from that institution, please step forward to the podium and introduce yourself.
My apologies, but I'd be remiss if Ms. Barbara Davis was mentioned as helping a great deal with the school.
It sounds like everybody else is doing the work, Dr. Ortiz, and recognizing the folks that are getting it done. What do you do with that equation? Hi, good morning.
Hi,
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Linda Tosas, Liner Consulting Group.
Hi, good morning. Magali Travieso, President.
And Ezra Tosas from Liner Consulting Group.
Thank you all for being here. Can I assume that you guys have seen the staff recommendations with the contingencies? It looks as if there are 4 of them.
Yes, sir. They were emailed on January 15th, except for item 3, which we are waiting to get that quote from Learn.
Okay, so it was a timing issue for 3 of the 4?
Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that?
So what will occur is those contingencies will stay on here because staff has to have time to actually receive them and review them. So when you receive your clerk's order, you can do one of 2 things. You can either just remind them that you've sent the documents for the other 3 and then send them the additional documentation, or you can resend them all. There is a certain email address they will ask you to send it to. That way it ensures it goes with your new clerk's order.
Okay, thanks for explaining.
So when you guys put your projected actual budget together, can you tell me a little about your plans for student acquisition within there?
Well, now with mass deportations and a lot of people in South Florida losing their status they used to have, and they were allowed to work and study and do many other things, is not being the case. We're gonna need more people coming into the workforce and getting prepared, especially in our area in South Florida, which we're having mass deportations, as everybody's aware. So in the area that we are located, there's a need because our population is big. It's a big demographic. So we are planning to work with the adult learner and try to bring people into the health fair.
Okay, I'm confused how deportations affect your student acquisition. I'm talking
Okay.
specifically about how you're going to get students
Okay, I'm
to
sorry, I
enroll.
didn't understand your question.
Yeah.
We are planning to network with Chamber of Commerce's. We also have career fairs and networking. We have an advisory committee. Part of people that are part of our advisory committee work within the community in the health field. So we are networking with them to bring our programs to them and to the community.
Just wanted to add as well that Career Source has been a great partner with vocational schools at placements to get a lot of people out of government assistance and have them work. So short programs enable them to get employment faster.
Are you on the ETPO for your local career source as a training provider?
We have to get licensed and then.
They're waiting on that?
Correct.
Understood. Chicken and the egg with that. I wrote this down, but I don't see it represented from where I originally got it. If you guys don't mind giving me just a second, I want to make sure I'm seeing something clearly. I don't know why I had that on there. I don't think that's accurate, and I may have written it down. I don't know if you told me that. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to accept the staff recommendations for number 13122.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with it. The next item on the list is Hand-On HVAC School, West Palm Beach, number 12737. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Hi, thank you for being here.
You bet. My name is Jeremiah Sawyer. I run the Hands-On HVAC School.
Jeremiah, I'd love to hear how you got involved with the program, what your vision is, et cetera, for this.
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of a long story how I initially got involved. I started out with dental and medical assistant training and trying to save a lot of debt on the folks that were learning with their hands and needed that more hands-on interactive environment. So the company I was working for with that in healthcare got sold, and so started researching blue-collar trades, starting with HVAC. And so our mission is to help reduce the skills deficit in all trades, but starting with the HVAC. You know, like when my dad was growing up, a lot of people were mechanically minded, worked with their hands. My generation is not that way. And every year, the number of like open positions for HVAC technicians and the like gets bigger and bigger. And the newly minted folks that graduate from VOTEC schools or schools like ours is smaller and smaller. So our goal is to eventually have campuses across the U.S. to help aid with that. And our model is different than a typical like 2-year VOTEC school or something like that. We work with HVAC contractors inside of their facilities and use their equipment and set up training labs there. Oftentimes giving them access to ride-alongs and things like that, you know, right as they graduate. So it tends to make a better student.
Have they gone so far as subsidizing enrollments for folks just so they can have a pipeline of candidates who are graduating?
Yes, there's a lot. I mean, that's the linchpin for every growing HVAC company is people, trained people. And so, you know, the one way that they can acquire workers is poaching, you know, give them an extra $1 or $2, but that's very bad.
It's just
you know?
playing hot potato.
Yeah,
right?
And there's another concept too, is you want to bring somebody up when they're green with you and your kind of fundamentals and standards, because they're widely varying across the board. And so getting somebody who's fresh and green and hungry and being able to bring them up to your spec is very popular.
So you guys haven't been forced to make the investment of massive amounts of equipment because you're doing a lot of the training with the employers or existing companies?
You know, it depends on the location. Sometimes we'll buy used equipment or new equipment, but oftentimes we can have it donated by some of the contractors, and it's like, you know, hey, we want access to your guys when they graduate, guys and gals when you graduate.
Sure.
Here's some scratch and dent stuff or things from chains out that we were going to scrap anyways. So for us, it's great because we have a lot of hands going on the equipment. It breaks a lot quicker than it would normally, you know, so we like to scratch and dent.
And new equipment doesn't need to be repaired, right? So you get some old
That's
one.
right, yeah.
Nice. Well, good for you. That sounds resourceful.
I know it's got to be there, but I can't find how much is the tuition going to be.
We'll start off, usually our intro rate's $2,700, and then once we start getting some demand, we'll move up to like $3,350 or so. That's what our campus at Dallas is at right now, versus our campus in Louisiana is $2,700.
Oh, so you, okay, so you got.
And that 100 hours, how long does it take them to complete that?
We have we have several different ways they can do it. Our most popular is a night class. It's a 12-week night class where they meet twice a week for 4 hours from 7 to 11 p.m. So they can get that, they get 96 hours with the 12 weeks, and there's an additional day on the last day where they're going to do their EPA study exam.
Right. Is that your most popular program because most of these guys are working all day and then going to class at night?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes. In some markets, we also have a day class, a full-time 2-week day class, like Dallas. Dallas campus, we graduate 400 plus students a year.
Oh.
And so we have our own brick and mortar there that's not tied to an HVAC contractor facility.
Right.
But the way we approach new markets is always with that partner contractor facility. Once we establish demand, we can consider opening up a 2-week class or a Saturday class.
Right. We had this discussion yesterday with a nursing program about forgetting when you're there 2 nights a week, you maybe don't retain it as long and you're gone for
Sure.
3 or 4 days and come back in. And do you actually have a full-time program where someone can come in intensively for the 2.5, 3 weeks or whatever that would take?
We do, yes, and we've got that contemplated.
At one of your other locations, I'm
Exactly.
assuming. Yeah.
Yes. So it's exactly what you said. It may be harder to retain, but then the flip side argument we hear is like, it's so much all at once. I need to like digest it. You know what I mean? And
Sure.
take some time to like go home and think about it. Versus just every day like boot camp style. Both of them are really good. It just depends on the learner.
What is the typical entry-level salary for those jobs?
It's a range. So we report on this every year for our other schools. I would say 15 to 25 for entry level, with the caveat if someone's lived some life before and maybe had some other career experience, they would command a higher salary.
What does the R stand for? HVAC R.
Refrigeration.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have a placement agreement with the owner operator, the company that you're going to be located at?
We do. If I'm understanding correctly, they have right of first refusal for every graduating class, and once they interview anyone who they want, depending on their hiring needs, then we go off to the rest of the people in the market.
Can you tell me your affiliation with the schools that are in the other states? I heard you mention Louisiana maybe or some other places.
Yeah, we run those schools, so we own and operate the Texas school, the Louisiana school.
Okay. So but the financials that you guys have submitted is independent of this location?
Well, this location hasn't started yet.
Right, I know, but that's what I'm saying is obvious.
It's all aggregated on that one.
That's what I
We have
figured.
several DBAs that link up to the Ripple Learning LLC as the main, or the Ripple Learning.
Yeah, I think I was asking, maybe it was just the summary sheet that had
So
that.
we'll run separate books, by location.
Of course. Yeah, I guess I just thought that the financials we had were of this Florida operation. It didn't look as if it was compiled with the remainder. I don't know. Do they all fall under the same corporate umbrella?
Yes, we don't have any current Florida operations.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's primarily Texas. That's probably 90%, 95% Texas, and then the rest is Louisiana.
Okay.
Louisiana just started not too long ago.
So only brick and mortar right now is in Texas?
No, Texas and Louisiana.
Louisiana is now a campus as well?
It has been for about a year and a half, 2 years. Yes, ma'am.
It's a good model. Interesting.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying all of that. The world needs more people that work with their hands in a variety of ways, and I think you guys would do extremely well. I know I will call you if my AC breaks. Is there any additional questions or comments?
Chairperson, sorry, I do have a question. You mentioned 96 hours of instruction. What I'm familiar with HVAC's programs, that it's substantially much more hours. So what type of positions are you training for then if the students aren't getting, so what I'm familiar with is something like 400 to 500 hours of instruction. So I'm trying to understand the 96 versus
Yep.
or 500.
And just to clarify, it's 100 total hours for that program. And yes, most of our competitors in the other markets are the 500, 600 hour programs that are 20, 30,000. We're very intentionally different in that we want to get this accessible and affordable to the everyday person that doesn't have to go through FAFSA. And my honest opinion is a lot of those 500, 600 hour programs are very bloated, right? Meaning the guys that pay 30,000 and go 500, 600 hours are getting the same jobs as our folks paying 2,700 that are doing 100 hours of hands-on intensive work. So if you also look at the amount of lab work or hands-on work in these 500-hour programs, it's not uncommon for them to put a lot of VR, AR, PowerPoint stuff, and that's not how you learn the trade. You learn the trade by getting your hands on the tools and working on the units, and that's pretty much all we do there, right? So it's very hands-on intensive. It's meant to get somebody to where they know how to use their tools, they understand the basics, how to be safe, and they go right into the field and continue their learning on the job. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you sit with your nose in a book for a year or two, until you get your hands on it, it's not really going to start clicking.
Yeah, well said. And the kind of folks who can benefit from this training from a compensation standpoint likely don't have 400 or 500 hours.
That's right.
To spend through. Yeah, the rapid credentialing aspect of this is important because there's probably no accrediting HVAC body, right, who says here's the minimum curriculum for HVA. So it's going to be somewhat proprietary for every provider,
Sure.
right? And there's no minimum number that you would have to hit. So, and because this is not a credit program,
Technically,
obviously.
you can become an HVAC technician without going to any school at all, right? You just have to be 18 years of age. You don't even have to have your EPA technically. A lot of times you can get hired and they'll send you out to get your EPA. So, but having that hands-on experience moves you to the top of the pile big time. You know what I mean? If you're competing against other people that have schooling and you don't.
There are 4 contingencies on here. Are you familiar with the 4 that are there?
I am, and I've got some notes. I can revert in an email, but I think we've already got all these handy. Maybe they just didn't get to the share file. So I'll review when I get back home, and they'll be
This
submitted.
shows by early January. So if it was less than a month ago when those were sent, then it's not going to be reflected in what we're looking at.
Got it.
Yeah.
And just to make a little clarifying statement, I don't want you to get in trouble down the road. So you had mentioned that your tuition was going to start at $2,700 and then move later to the $3,300. I just want to remind you, because this may be different in Florida than Louisiana and Texas, that you can't have any tuition or fee discounts in this. So when you're changing it, make sure you're changing it for all students and that we're not giving any kind of discounts to any students. That is not permissible per Florida Administrative Code.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director. All right. I'm excited about what you guys are going to do. I think you'll have a tremendous amount of demand, and the speed of the program is going to be good for the student. Any additional questions or comments?
This is one of the areas that AI can't replace.
Never.
Yeah, I was going to ask. You didn't ask me about AI for this.
Yeah, I work in the trades as well, sir, and I can tell you that the speed of your credentialing is going to be attractive to students, and the integration you have with actual employers is just crucial. So thanks for the work you're doing. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
If the AC went off in here, everyone would applaud the work that you are doing.
That's right.
Very, very quickly, right? All right. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12737?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for knowing your business. That was a fun conversation.
Thank you, and thank you, Brandon and Tiffany. Really appreciate your help.
All right, number 6 is the Institute for Medical Aesthetics Laser Image Fort Myers, number 13176. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi.
Hi, good morning. My name is Emily Tickey. I'm Vice President of Institute for Medical Aesthetics and Laser. I'm here with my legal counsel, Mark.
Thanks for being here this morning. There are, well, they're numbered, they're both numbered 1, but I'm assuming that second one meant to be number 2. Oh, it's a contingency for a separate program. Okay. You've had the opportunity to review the contingencies by program and understand what is outstanding, I should say.
You have to get the approval of the boards
Yes.
in order to.
Yes, I do understand.
Okay. I have to ask, just for my own full understanding about the laser treatment, I'd love to know what the demand for the training and what job those folks are going to be moving into is.
Sure. Actually, the reason we're opening a school is because we currently own a med spa, and the demand for laser techs performing laser hair removal is extremely high.
Hair removal. Now I
We
got it.
can't get enough technicians, and when we do hire them, they're not fully trained, and we're spending all of the time training. It's also the same with medical aesthetics. We'll be the only school that has a medical director, someone with healthcare in our area, my husband, who's a nurse anesthetist. And so currently, with our current business, we're finding that we have a huge demand. People want these skills, they want this training, and they want to come in, but it's turning into where my workforce is becoming a training school. And so I really need to get people who are ready and trained proficiently to work on the job.
And the folks that will complete that training with you, will some of them work with you and some of them go to other providers?
We'll see. We have really great relationships with other physician offices in our area. Of course, we felt it was, in the last 4 years, staffing, like every company, has been a challenge. And it's also that the world we live in has changed, learning has changed. So if you see, we're also offering a hybrid program. So one of the things is we have to change with the way that people learn. So we'll have plans that if we see great people, but at this moment we don't have an immediate employment need, so it's not like we're trying to staff our clinics. But if we ever want to expand, we're going to need more individuals that are highly trained.
It's not your primary source of revenue,
No,
obviously,
not
right?
at
It's
all.
just to support the capacity or expansion of those, right?
Yes, and honestly too, we've been really frustrated by the training that people who are applying and coming to work in our facility and looking at what training they received has been really poor or also dangerous. So we felt like we have to step into this place because otherwise I'm spending 6 months to a year training every single employee and paying them. We're one of the only places that don't 1099 their employees. They get benefits. We treat our employees well. And so we really want to train these students so that they can go on. They know what to expect and not to be taken advantage of by other people in the marketplace.
Lee County is the second fastest growing county in the state of Florida. And I know there's an enormous amount of folks moving down there post Ian, and I'm confident there's demand for the demographic that's arriving there for sure. Commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments?
I do, Chair. Just a quick one. On the laser, what is the going salaries for entry level?
So laser technicians can get out of school. This is laser hair removal, okay? They're only approved to do electrolysis and laser hair removal with this program. So laser technicians are getting out of school starting at $20 to $30 an hour. And then with their commissions and tips, they're making up to $50, $60 an hour. And there's even more potential. That depending on what clinic they would go work in, there's even more potential than that.
That's great. Thank you. Really good ROI for 11 weeks.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
I thought that too. Yeah. Any additional comments, questions? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations for number 13176?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for going through the formality of licensing, what it sounds like you were being forced to do already. That's pretty awesome that you're getting out ahead of it. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, and thank you so much. I also want to thank Victor. He did a fabulous job in communicating, and thank you so much for your time
Thank
today.
you for that. Number 7 is Medical Training International Incorporated, Hudson number 13123. If you're here from that institute, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Karen from Medical Training International.
Coach Ivanov from Medical Training INT.
Thank you for being here. I did make a note that I had one question here. I know you guys are just getting started, and I know everyone runs lean in the process, but I don't know what kind of, I want to hear about what kind of fixed costs you guys have on a month-to-month basis that you pay regardless of whether you have enrollments or not. What was that?
Can you repeat again, please?
Yeah, I don't think he's on the agenda until later today. I think that's supposed to be good luck. What I'm saying is, your working capital is a small number.
Right.
And I'm trying to figure out what you're paying every month in anticipation of enrollments. So I don't want to know how long that money will last before it's gone.
Right now, we are not paying anything for, just for the building we are paying.
Rent?
Right.
And what is that number?
It's 500 a month.
And how do you guys anticipate funding your future expenses? The numbers I have are from August of last year, so it's been 6 months.
Right.
And if you were paying $500 a month, it means you burned 3/4 of the money that you've already shown, and it means you may be close to running out of that cash. So I'm trying to figure out how you're going to fund operations.
She's in a paycheck.
I'm sorry?
She's in a paycheck. She works.
You mean from another job?
Right. Yeah.
Right? Is it your plan to keep that position?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Chair, can we add a contingency to the financials, 606? Because all the expenses are blank in there.
That's why I was asking. Yeah, there's no money and no expenses shown in there, so. Yeah. So, do you have thoughts on what that, how we would word that in the timeline? They got no money, and they didn't fill out the expenses of what they're going to be spending.
Is it the commissioner's desire to just add the one contingency for the updated Form 606?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously we'll have updated financials coming regardless, right?
So to add the commissioner's recommendation, it would be to grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance, upon the following contingency being met: submission of an updated Form 606 projected or actual budget to reflect realistic expenses, delegate authority to the executive director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely filled, order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerk's order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Cross. Okay. Well, do you have any other questions or comments? Any public comment? Then I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 13123.
So moved.
Second.
As revised, yes, right by the director. Yes, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Okay, I also want to say thank you for the silver, Christopher. He was helping me to do all my paperwork.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
The next school is Professional Medical Institute, Fort Myers, number 13110. If you're here from that institution, please move to the podium and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Lysandra Perez-Zayas.
And I'm Kimberly Stoll, and I'm the Director of Education for PMI.
Thank you for being here. Have you guys had an opportunity to review the recommendations that include 2 contingencies, and you know what those contingencies are?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. You understand that there's a 90-day timeline after the clerk order is received, probably mid-February or so. So that means by March, April, May, that those have to be completed?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay.
And I ordered the bird for live entertainment.
Well, I'm keeping him, so I hope you didn't. You're going to lose your deposit.
My gift to you.
So, are you guys working with an employer, public or private, already for placement purposes? I mean, we all know the demand for what you provide, so I'm wondering if you're working with someone to help get these guys
Absolutely. There are several staffing agencies and facilities that I've already spoken to. I personally have experience with the shortage that's in Lee County. You mentioned earlier is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, but also in the country. Cape Coral is growing in leaps and bounds, so there's a high demand. So they're waiting for us.
Are you working with any of the, I suppose the majority of them are private, but I know there's some home health aid
Senior helpers is
providers,
one
and
that
yes,
we're working
yes,
with,
yes, that's what I was thinking.
preferred home health care, yes.
Yes. Okay, good. What kind of compensation because of the demand for that, are you seeing for what will be your graduates?
So right now, the entry level, which obviously we're training them for as entry level, so they're going to start around $12 to $17 an hour, depending on their prior experience.
And remind me the cost of the program?
$655.
Okay. And are you doing that full time for 2.5 weeks or so, something like that, or about 2 weeks?
3 weeks, 75 hours.
I gotcha. Where do you think you're going to find your students?
So one of the reasons why we want to work with facilities that are already established is they have employees or potential employees that apply that don't meet their requirements, or companions that want to become home health aides. So I've already talked to a couple of those in leadership positions that we could be a referral of choice, and then we can direct feed to them.
You mean to upskill their existing workforce?
Mm-hmm. Or people that they can't employ because they don't have the experience, they can refer them to us as well. And then from there, it'll go from referral, so word of mouth from our student population once we have a student population.
And social media.
Right. So I might just give you a friendly suggestion that if the upskilling you're talking about from their existing compensation to what would be post-training is a percentage that qualifies, it would make the OJT, the incumbent worker, they call it incumbent worker program at Florida Southwest Career Source, available to you, so long as the number that they get after their training is high enough relative to where they were before. And then if the employee sponsors that, they get 50% of that back.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I know it's not a big number for the tuition, but it may motivate some of the employees that you have to make that investment, knowing that they can qualify, get 50% of it back, and have the employee available when they're done.
Awesome. Absolutely.
Those are dollars that very often go undeployed, that are earmarked for this throughout the state, and they just get returned, and who knows where they end up then, right? So something you may want to speak to that Southwest Career Source about.
Okay.
It's called Incumbent Worker Program. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, I'd ask for a recommendation to accept I'd ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13110.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Continue doing your good work. You're going to have a lot of demand for that program.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you to Andrea as well.
Thank you. Next item is, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Rafa Training Center, Naples, number 12964. Is this work? Fielder? Did I do something wrong over here? I don't know what yours. You got cooties on it. Hello? Okay, it's working now. The next item is Rafa Training Center, Naples, number 12964. Hi, thank you for being here.
Oh,
There you go.
good morning. My name is Elidian Dera. I'm the CEO and owner of Rafa Training Center from Naples, Florida.
Thank you for coming. Have you had the opportunity to review the recommendations we see before us that includes 2 contingencies that are outstanding?
Yes, I have, and we have them ready. We will be submitting them soon after this meeting.
Awesome. One of those is the pro forma balance sheet, and if you heard just a moment ago, it's important to make sure that that's done in completion and make sure we're being transparent about all the associated expenses. You try not to leave anything blank, I would say, on that for it to be compliant.
Yes. Yes.
So you're a little south from the ladies that were up a moment ago, but I'm confident Collier County has the same kind of demand, right? Just being as close to Lee and whatnot in the demographic. Are you working with an employer who has demand for your graduates?
Not directly, but I have contacted several nursing homes, and I'm also, my main would be churches, local churches that I'm very involved. I see the need and the demand that we can use.
And did you come from a background in this industry yourself prior?
Yes, I am a nurse for over 15 years.
Okay.
And I own a home health aid agency as well.
And what's the cost of your program?
It's $750. That's including everything.
In probably 3 weeks or so?
3 weeks.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, commissioners, do you have any additional questions, comments?
I do. 750 is not the total. The total cost is $1,100. Right? That's 750 is tuition, and it's 1,100 for total cost.
For the cost, that would be the books and
Yeah.
tuitions. Yes.
Oh, so the book.
Yeah. So it's twice as high as the previous program, but if she gets it. What is medication aid? What kind of I never heard of that program.
It's a program you train to help the client with medication, and also the assistant living. Instead of have the nurse, they do the assessment, but they have someone that trained that is able to just administer the medication.
Okay. That's different from the home health aid.
It's different from the home health. You have to be trained to know the medications to pass the med.
It's an interesting call out on the program being more expensive, and I wonder what the compensation delta is between Lee County and Collier being butted up next to each other so different, right?
Right.
It's interesting there. Well, the market will decide for sure. All right. Any additional questions and comments?
I have this downloaded into my computer.
Any public comment?
Yeah. This one?
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12964?
So moved.
That was
Second.
Rafa.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries. Good luck in Naples.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
If I'm saying it correctly, the next item is SONS Institute, Winter Haven. I apologize if I did not get that correct. It's number 12822. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. I had really hoped someone would be here for this school. All right, so we have no one here and no one online. That's unfortunate. Pull something up here. Yeah. Commissioners, I personally have lots of questions for the folks who are not here for this and would not be motivated. I would be more motivated to delay this until, was that Commissioner Marty? Yeah.
May I ask what options are on our table?
Yeah, that's a good question.
So I would just ask the executive director, has a 90-day licensure delay already been issued to this institution by yourself?
One moment, please. No.
Okay, then if the commissioners want to state on the record with particularity their reasons for their specific reasons for wanting to delay the application, well, rather to delay a vote on the application. After doing so, the commission can vote on a motion to issue a delay of up to 90 days.
Yeah, I personally have questions around the assets associated. We all know that the nursing program is very equipment intensive, and if that equipment's not already in hand, the financials associated with what I'm looking at aren't sufficient to carry both a burn rate of fixed cost and the required equipment, if I remember in the past. Yes, sir?
No, and the financial statements just don't foot. Income statement doesn't, I don't know if we could request.
Yeah, I find irregularities in the financial statements.
Yeah, these financial statements, again, for this period or a more recent period, but just the financial statements, none of the financial statements actually foot or, statement of cash flows doesn't tie back to cash. Net income doesn't tie back to the
There's a lot of irregularities in there. And Commissioner Cross, what's the cost of the equipment associated with the nursing program? I think I remember hearing you say one time that it could be up to $200,000.
It varies, depends on the size, and it varies. But they do have a big list here. It'd be nice to know if they've already purchased that list.
That was my question, is I don't know whether they have it or not, and they certainly don't have the capital to acquire it if they don't.
Right.
And even within the context of the capital they do have, I'm dissatisfied with the lack of adherence to general accounting practices within their financial statements. So those are my reasons.
Are there any other concerns which commissioners want to state for the record before I give some sample language for a motion?
I have a question about number 10 and number 11. Are they coming from the same people because they're both called AKS?
Oh, no,
That's the
The
staff
numbers-
initials. So no, they are not affiliated.
They're
Those are
not-
just the staff officials. I'm sorry, initials.
Okay, then, Chair Williams, I think the motion that you're asking for is a motion for the commission to issue a delay of 90 days to consider this application, and then to order the institution to appear at the March public meeting.
That would be helpful, yes.
Yep.
Then do I have a motion, how would I phrase this, Counselor, for?
Exactly as I said. So a motion for the commission to issue a delay.
To delay licensure for 90 days and order them to appear in.
Right. So do I have a motion for what council proposed as a revised recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and council's off my Christmas list. All right. The last, I believe this is no, it's not. It's the next to the last item in this section is Tri-County Dental Assistant School, Leesburg, number 13042. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Thanks for being here. Hello, sir.
Good morning. Leonardo Albino, instructor with Tri-County Dental Assistant School.
Can I ask, sorry to jump right to it there, but is it a technical term within the program that you do when you say with expanded functions, or is that something that you see within that denotes some particular aspect of the training?
So expanded functions gives the dental assistant expanded functions to do much more than just a regular chairside assistant, chairside suctioning and things like that. So an expanded function can work with the hygienist where they're placing fluoride, flossing, polishing, doing much more expanded function duties.
So it's an industry terminology of what they're capable of. Something they would put on their application for a job.
Correct.
Okay. Kind of competition do you have there? You know, you're at Leesburg, south of the Villages, growing probably what was the fastest growing area of the nation for years and years. Is it your plan to focus on that particular aspect of the community, or are you a fan? Do you think that there are enough providers, I should say, for your graduates to be able to be in high demand?
Yeah, so part of where I work at as well, we have 4 offices, and we're looking to expand that as well in growing, more offices and purchasing and building more. So it's going to be a benefit for us to bring on dental assistants, but also have those assistants who are going to be able to do their externship hours within our business in itself. So I don't think the competition is any issue at all.
Yeah, it's pretty insane what's going on over there.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
It's blowing up.
So if you have these other offices, I'm assuming that means that the financial data that we're looking at is independent of this one location that's been set aside. It doesn't look like rolled up parent company financials.
Correct.
Right. At least on the summary sheet. And when you say Tri-County, which 3 are we referring to, or is that just a name?
It's just a name. Yeah.
Okay.
I came on after the name was chosen, so. Yeah.
Fair enough. Will you be training at multiple locations?
No, just at the Leesburg location.
Just at that one, but you obviously have, you said you had 4 others?
Yep.
Right. Okay. And you've had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations. There's one contingency left. The submission of an externship agreement for the entry-level distant. Have you had any momentum with that one contingency yet? Have you addressed it at all?
I believe we did send it into Angela.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like you have 90 days post-clerked order, which it would come up pretty quickly if you don't have momentum on that, right? So make sure you know the deadline for that.
Correct.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Anyone? Oh, no? Any public comment? Hearing none, then I would ask for a recommendation to accept, or ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13042.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck over there. I know you guys will do well.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you for
your time.
being here. The last item in this section is Trinity Training Center, Fort Myers, number 13162. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Murray. I'm the director of Trinity Training Center, Fort Myers.
Thank you for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review the recommendations that we see that include two different contingencies for
Yes.
this provisional? One of them being a submission of a sample of certified nursing assistant student disclosure form, and the other being an updated faculty listing.
Yes, they are ready. I sent them, but it was after I received the letter.
Sure.
So I'll resend them again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The timeline associated with that is, as I said before, there's 90 days after that comes out, so it's quick if you don't have those already.
They
Just
are
want to make
ready.
sure you're prepared. Okay. Can you tell us your background a little bit personally, and we understand how that parlays into this business?
Personally, I started in the healthcare. I was a dental assistant, then been a CNA, then moved on to nursing. So now I'm an RN with a bachelor degree.
Awesome. And do you have, or have you begun trying to find employers for your graduates so that there's a pipeline of?
I have two clinical sites. They both are ready to hire my students when they graduate.
You have who already? I'm sorry, I missed the first
Two
part.
clinical sites.
Oh, two clinical sites.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of demand do they have? Do you know their volume?
Very high in Fort Myers because it's a growing area, and we have a lot of people that are retired in the community. So we have a lot of nursing home, assisted living, and hospital, and we have hospital that are building right now.
Okay. Are you going to be operating this full time? Are you doing any other type of work in the interim while you're waiting for enrollments?
While I'm doing that, I'm gonna still keep my job at the hospital. So I'll be doing both.
Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? Is there any public comment on the matter? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Trinity Training Center number 13162?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a pause at the end of this section before we move on to application for annual licensure. About 10 or 12 minutes or so, and we will be back. Thank you. Don't mind taking a seat, we'll get started. On section C, which is application for annual license, there are 10. We are taking these individually. The first item is Addictive Beauty Academy LLC, Castleberry number 12660. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Okay. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Latoya, CEO of Addictive Beauty Academy.
My name is Angel Medina, and I'm the school advisor.
Thank you both for being here. Ms. Williams, tell me a little about this 220-hour program. I understand nothing about it. I don't know how better to say it. I just want to understand more about what they're learning and how they're going to apply their skills and what it means for them in the job market.
Yes, it's an aesthetic program where they're learning facials, eyelashes, body waxing, and they go to school for 8 weeks.
So what, are they going to work at spas, med spas?
Yes.
Do they do this individually? Is it something they,
We help them with job placements, placing them at med spas, yes.
how do you do that? How are you going about the job placement portion?
I actually call and have relationships with some of the other companies and place them on jobs.
And if you had an opportunity to review the recommendations we're looking at that have 2 contingencies, one of which being an on-site visit and the other being financials for the controlling principal.
Yes, Mr. Medina will explain.
Okay. That
Yes,
does have a 90-day timeline on it after you receive that clerk order, which would probably be mid-February or so. So just making sure you're prepared for that. Are you prepared for an on-site visit?
We already had an on-site visit. We had a non-finding no deficiencies with the state. Mr. Santoro went to our school on January 13.
That's why. So the data that I'm looking at ended a week before that. So, right. Okay, great. So one of those 2 is out of the way.
We have a letter from Ms. Dixon stating that we had no deficiencies.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, and thank you for being here to talk about it. The timing of this sometimes makes it much easier if we're able to chat through it and understand where things are actually, not just on paper. Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments? I will ask you, is this, I'm looking at the financials and I'm wondering how much of this is making up your business, as you obviously do other things,
Yes.
right? So how has that provisional status and enrollments been for you during this year?
It's been pretty good.
You don't sound very confident about that.
Oh.
It's just a little pretty good. Did
Oh,
it not
no,
perform the way you hoped it would?
Yes, it did. It did great.
Okay.
I'm going to help her here. We have 8 students enrolled for February. We are projecting 10, and she expanded another classroom to accommodate another group. That would mean that she would be able to accommodate over 25 students in her school.
Okay, yeah. The data for enrollment for us ends in 23. That's why I'm asking, is we don't know where things were for you last year. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12660?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. You have an annual, thank you.
Thank you all for your service, and Ms. Breanne Rucker, she did an amazing job as well.
That's awesome to hear, thank you.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
I would like to point out that on 3 or 4 occasions today, we have had people comment on the outstanding work that staff is doing, and I don't know that I recall a meeting where we've had so much positive feedback, and I think it's worth noting a good job the director and staff are doing. It's really great to hear that we are collaborating together as facilitators, not gatekeepers. I love it. The next is Clark's Cosmetology School, Lakeland, number 10149. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Janice Moore. I'm the president of Clark's Cosmetology School. I am so thankful to be here today.
I'm happy to hear that.
I want to thank Ms. Shelby, Victor Sorway for help guiding me. This adventure, I got to say that I imparted on it educated me so much. I have a passion for what I do, and I've been doing it for 30 years. And my lifelong dream, I battled cancer. I'm a motherless child at age 15, and I had some struggles. But I want this organization to know that the leadership and the guidelines and the policies that we as school owners, this is very serious because I'm dealing with students every day. And I need to be quiet a little bit. Okay.
You've got the podium. I was happy to hear your feedback.
Because my school was going to close. And the reason why is because I really, even though I read the policies and procedures, but I'm a one-stop shop. I'm a school owner and a salon owner. I asked the state of Florida, could I do that? And they said yes. So being a business person and coming into the Department of Education and Education, it's two different things. And that role takes a lot of understanding, studying, reading, and on top of that, you got personalities that's coming in and looking to you to help them to make it in the community. It's a lot. It has enlightened me in the role of leadership and responsibility and accountability. And I'm here today to thank you guys for that leadership, because even though I had a lot of sleepless nights, I cried and I prayed, but it helped build my character. It gave me wisdom to understand that this is not about a dollar. This is about people's lives and the opportunity that they can come in like I did, from being on drugs, being motherless, being homeless, and I could go on and on and on, to this day, to have Clark's Hair Design, DBA Clark's Cosmetology School. That to me,
you, young lady, I'm happy to hear that.
I'm so grateful. Do I want to be here? No.
You just ruined it for me. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
But
Listen, I think you make an excellent point. We spoke. Let's talk about this for a second. We spoke a moment ago about how there's always some guy who can bench 400 pounds and he thinks he wants to own a gym because he thinks it's the same skill set, and it's not.
No.
It's not. Operating a business and running a school doesn't necessarily something that translate to doing the work that you're training. For example, I don't have a Class A license. I don't drive a truck, but I do operate truck driver training programs, and it's two different skill sets. So I'm glad to hear you point that out, but I know it sounds like you've been through a bit of a journey. It looks like your recommendations include I'm looking at two contingencies, and you want to sort of illuminate the email thing really quickly?
So, Commissioners, this will be a little unique to the Commission in what staff recommendations are. We are asking the Commission to vote first to approve the reconsideration of the institution's application for annual licensure. And I'll explain the background of that request. This institution appeared at our October 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Commission to apply for an annual licensure. The institution attempted to participate in that Zoom meeting, but had some technical difficulties. Based on the information available to the Commission at the time of the meeting, the Commission voted to deny the institution's application for annual licensure. Commission staff subsequently discovered that due to a typographical error, the institution had not been adequately notified of the Commission's anticipated action at our October public meeting. The institution has cured the deficiencies in its application for annual licensure.
And that's why I was mentioning earlier that we have to see ourselves as collaborators, not gatekeepers, right? There are 3 contingencies. Have you familiarized yourself with those that were outstanding?
Yes, I've emailed Ms. Shelby. She has all the contingencies except the on-site visit. That's the
Are
only
you prepared for that when it happens?
Well, no, I'm gonna be honest. Like I have questions. Will they notify me and give me a list of what they are expecting? Or
No,
they
we just
gonna
knock on
show
your
up?
door at 7
Oh,
a.m. and just roll up and
See, now I ain't gonna be
I'm
able
joking
to
with
sleep
you.
tonight.
I'm joking with
But
you. Yeah.
yes,
Just in case, you might want to consider staying there the night before.
okay, okay.
It's too-
So I think what we should do first is let's ask for a motion for the approval of the reconsideration of the institution's application for annual license before we do anything else. Do you have a motion to
moved.
reconsider that?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, so we can officially reconsider that. And with your on-site visit outstanding, that it sounds like you, well, go ahead.
It is scheduled for March the 3rd, so you do not have to have sleepless nights.
Okay.
And the individual from our office that's going to conduct your on-site visit will contact you before that, probably about a week before, and you're welcome to ask any questions of them you would
Okay.
like.
Okay.
On a side note, as an entrepreneur and business owner myself, I'd like to tell you and give you some words that may help you a little bit.
Okay.
Money is just the byproduct of what we do. It's not always and should never really be why we do what we do. And when you have those sleepless nights and those concerns and you think that you may have bit off more than you can chew, you got to remember why. You know, it's never the when, what, or how. It's the why, right? That makes you get back up each of those days. I think I should tell you that you should expect a continued steep learning curve and more challenges lying ahead of you as you translate what is obviously a skill to do something into a skill to train others to do it, which is two different things. And when you meet those challenges, please think of this commission as an ally to help collaborate toward your success, because I think that's how everybody sees that. You obviously have the passion for it, and you've likely overcome larger challenges in the past. So I believe that you'd be successful.
Thank you. One area that really concerns me is the marketing part.
Yes, ma'am.
And another one that concerns me is that cosmetology is not on the list for training. So there's very minimum agencies that will pay for that training. So a lot of creativity comes into part. Lot of thought has to, a lot of networking, a lot of understanding, because a lot of times I think they look at our industry as not professional. But what's happening doing my research is because they're not reporting. The salons, because I've been there, and so we're not on the list for training. And that makes it very difficult because it is lucrative for an average stylist to make $40,000 a year. I know I was there. I left a $50,000 job in 1995 and went into the beauty industry and did very well. So, but it's like a wall, a block, and I'm like, well, why? This is not on the list, but I mean, I can't change anything, so I have to really be creative. So my marketing is people need to know that I'm there, and then I have competition. I know who my competition is, but my difference is I can hire you right after you come out, but there's a starting point.
Sure.
And so, I'm gonna shut up.
No, look, I appreciate those. You should be nervous about those things. I think student acquisition and the cost associated with that is something Commissioner Cross talks about all the time, that people underestimate what's going to be required to actually get students enrolled. And you have an existing business, and you don't sound like a person who's going to over-obligate yourself and get out over your skis and, spend money in places where you don't have the revenue to back it up.
That is so true.
Yep. So
Watch every quarter.
hey, pennies make dollars.
Yes.
They do. Well, I look forward to seeing your journey continue.
Yes.
And thanks for the words and the background of how you got to where you are. The next vote, since we voted to reconsider the original via typo and other issues, is just the regular recommendation, right, with the existing contingencies. And you know what those are, right? And you understand the timeline of 90 days after you get that order. So it's quick. 90 days is quick. Just make sure you're prepared for that, please.
Okay, yes, Ms. Shelby has everything. Got to prepare for the on-site visit.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 10149?
So move.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. All right, Larry, let's go. We're done.
Number 3 is Dental Assisting Institute, number 12622. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ziad Mali. I'm the director and owner of the Dental Assisting Institute of Orlando.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Mali.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. How was your time in provisional?
Not bad, we only had time for one session. By the time we got our website up and all that stuff, we only had one session. So yeah, we're trying to see if we have enough time for 2 sessions this year. And once we clean everything up and streamline, and we're hoping for 3 sessions next year going forward.
Did you, how was your performance relative to what you originally put together on your pro forma and expectations?
Lower. The marketing was probably our biggest challenge.
Yep.
How
have you adjusted to that?
Yeah, it's not like a dental office marketing. It's definitely more going to school fairs, high school career fairs, college fair. We have to go in person, meet people, go to other specialty offices, meet them in person, introduce, and it's a lot different. So yeah, it's just a learning curve. So we're adapting and adjusting as we go.
So the financial data we have trails a little bit. What I look at is through the end of September of last year. Not turning a profit yet, but still had liquidity. Is that still the case? You feel good about your existing fixed cost structure and how much cash you have in the money to continue to do those things to find the enrollments you're looking for?
Yeah. That cutoff was right before our first session even ended. So that's why the report was incomplete, and we had to make those corrections, and it didn't get in there in time
Right, that appears to be your only contingency.
Yeah, and this should be much better going forward, especially now that the fixed costs are out of the way. It's really just marketing and the trainers' salaries.
Right.
And some supplies.
Outstanding. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
I do, Chair. So as of a year ago, when you first were provisionally licensed, the program's 13 weeks. So did you run 4 cohorts since then, or 3 cohorts since getting the provisional license?
Cohorts meaning like students?
Yeah, like starting a term for 13 weeks. Your program is 13 weeks, right?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you run that since you attained your provisional?
So we had a June to September session, and that was it. We started our second session this January.
Okay. How many students enrolled in the first session?
3.
Okay.
And this time we have 4.
Okay. Just curious on the progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, comments, commissioners? Any public comment? Hearing none, I will ask for motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12662.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with your expanded marketing efforts.
Thank you so much.
It will never end.
Yeah,
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
And thank you for Dr. Brooks. She was great help with our licensor.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Why did I rank 4 and 7? Oh, we're going to try to take both at the same time, or we're just going to do them individually? Okay. The next item is Florida Academy of Beauty in Orlando, 4789. If you're here for that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. It looks like we have no one here. Well, in the absence of that opportunity to have a discussion, I don't have additional questions for staff recommendations. Commissioners, do you? No. Is there any public comment on this? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny this license for number 4789?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The number 5 on this list is Florida Truck Driving School, Jacksonville, number 11442. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Sean Davis. I'm the director.
Hey, Sean, thanks for coming in. We appreciate you being here. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we are reviewing? You appear to just have one contingency, if I'm seeing that correctly.
That is correct.
Yeah. Do you know where you are with that?
I have to get with my accountant on that.
Okay. How was your first year of being in provisional?
Obviously, opening in October and then the report being due in December doesn't really give you a
Right.
great look. You
Sure,
know?
sure.
But we have done great for 2024, and 2025 has been kicking off really well. Obviously, as in this industry, the holiday season's kind of slow, but it's come back with a roar, so we're doing pretty well.
How are you guys finding your candidates?
So I have some certificates and stuff in advertising, as well as courses that I've taken, and then I'm part of the board of I'm part of the board of directors for the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, and so there's a lot of different vendors that we were able to get with for advertising and marketing, and so I use an actual company for that now.
Yeah, there are at least 5 CDL schools in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of competition up there in
Well,
that market.
I'm not worried about the ones that are doing it correctly. I'm more worried about the ones that aren't.
I agree with you. Yeah, no doubt. Are you guys a third-party administrator? You do your own testing?
We sure are.
Are you a tester personally?
I used to be. I actually was a director for another school that's.
Is that in Florida?
Yes.
I don't know where New Kings Road is in Jacksonville. Can you tell me what part of the city that is?
That's going to be on the west, kind of. It's the industrial area,
Yeah.
but it's just west of downtown.
Okay.
We're in the BCT terminal.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Do you have any other questions or anything else to add?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to?
I'm sorry, I do
missed you.
have,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, it's okay. Just to clarify, the financial statements that were provided were reviewed financial statements based on
Let's pull
the
them
county
up.
report?
So if he's within his first year, it's a compilation, I believe, if I'm saying that correctly. And then would have to move to a review once he's passed a revenue barrier that,
Yeah, because if it's missing the statement of cash flows. It's not complete, I believe. Actually, no, it does have a statement of cash flows. It's just not in I guess, a proper format, and the notes appear to be extremely subjective rather than objective. I mean, I just want to.
do you love your accountant?
He must, yeah.
Hey, well, it depends on what you say.
Yeah, well, what I found is sometimes if we have irregularities in financials, someone has a family member who's an accountant or somebody they really like, but it doesn't necessarily mean that person does a great job for you. The commissioner is a former CPA, that's why he's pointing out those irregularities to you. Don't take it personally.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, if staff has accepted it, it does look, I don't know what, maybe.
Well, we can certainly put a contingency for a statement of cash flow that adheres to general accounting practices, if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, that should be easy for them to produce.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, are you comfortable with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, then let's do this. Let's say, I'm going to ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations with their noted contingency and an additional contingency of the submission of a statement of cash flows that adheres to general accounting practices. Or I should say, all financial statements, a resubmission of all financial statements that adheres to GAAP accounting. Is that fair?
Because I believe you had some concerns with the notes as well. So your statement would cover both of those.
Yes, so it would be all financial statements. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. That should be an easy conversation, sir, with the accountant.
Yep.
And it's probably not the best time of the year to hit them with that as they're going into tax season. But if they'd done it right the first time, you wouldn't have had to contact them, right? So
There you go.
fair enough. Thank you for being here today.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Number 6. Yep. So number 6, we are going to push to later in the agenda and give those individuals time to arrive who are apparently on their way. We are always appreciative of you being here in person, so we'll give them that grace. Let's skip to number 7, which is Hollywood Beauty Academy, Orlando, number 1797. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. No one here for that. So we don't have an opportunity to discuss the denial of this move to annual. So commissioners, do you have questions or comments? right, is there public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the annual license for number 1797?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 8 is Margate Medical Training Center, Margate, number 6261. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. No one here for this. Commissioner Cross, I had noted some financial challenges, and let me pull that up because I wanted to bring it up for your assessment as well. It was the practical nursing program, declining enrollments, and I wondered whether you had questions about the trajectory of their program.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know how they did on their first year and how they're lining up to take the exam coming up here in the next few months, depending on when they started their program.
And to be clear, we're not aware that they are on probation.
I don't think they'd, since
We're
they
gonna
just got the
double check real
license,
quick.
I don't think they would have had time to.
Yeah, no, I think it's been pretty quick, but we'll check to make sure in case we need added contingencies here.
There is a submission of a remediation plan in the contingencies, so I wonder.
Okay, so they're not on probation yet. Okay, well, without the,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
yes, please.
On this one, the same thing. This one says it's audited financial statements. It's also missing the statement of cash flow. I mean, they make reference to it on the audit report, but it doesn't appear to be a statement of cash flow in the financial statement.
So that's been a consistent theme here. Is there any chance that somehow these things aren't getting scanned into what we're looking at, since it's always statement of cash flow that's missing? Or I don't know the process of how that gets uploaded.
No, we would put them how we receive them.
Okay. Yeah, these are all trailing for 23 as well. It'd be nice to know what the 24 updated looks like, and without someone here to have that conversation, we can't really know. I'd be comfortable with adding a contingency if you like, Commissioner Caballero.
I mean, the same, yeah, there's a.
Same as the one previously.
Yeah, there's a couple of irregularities as well, so. Yeah.
Is the commission inclined to issue a delay of 90 days and to order them to appear before the commission at the March meeting and to satisfy these deficiencies by then?
I think that might be nice to have the delay, add an additional contingency for all financial statements to be resubmitted based on GAAP accounting, along with the existing contingencies that were noted by staff.
I'd just like to confirm with the executive director that a 90-day delay has not previously been issued for this institution.
No.
Okay. You comfortable with that? Then that motion stands as is.
So to be clear, disregard the current staff recommendations. The motion is that this commission shall issue a delay of 90 days for the reasons that were stated earlier, and order the institution to appear at the meeting in March, and in the interim to satisfy the two deficiencies which are noted in the staff recommendation, as well as to resubmit its financial statements consistent with GAP.
Perfect. Do we have a motion as noted?
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for that, Counselor. Next on the list is number 9, the Oriana Academy, Miami Beach, 12853. Hi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon. This is
And
Chino.
my name is Chino.
Thank you
And,
both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
So tell us about the journey you've been on for the past year.
Okay, so it was a good journey. We have students, and the unique platform that we supply is a studio, established studio, well-known studio in Miami Beach, and under the same roof, we're running the academy. So the students has the opportunity to watch the professional tattoo artists while, doing their training, and everything is on hand. So we are very happy, and that's it.
So this is obviously independent of your existing studio.
Yes, it's under the same roof.
Right.
They have their own class in the back room. They do their work, and then they get to watch everything in live when everything is happening. So the whole atmosphere is like a real studio. It's not like a classroom teacher. It's like everything including.
We decorate half of Miami right now.
So I have to ask about the 180-hour
Yes.
tattoo artist program, and there's something in me that feels like that's not very long.
You said it the same last time. So actually,
Hey, I am consistent, if nothing else, right?
yeah, so actually, it's okay for the basic. They get 50 hours online and then 130 in practice. But we definitely, after we get this license, we want to expand to give them more in-depth.
Are you hiring any of your students into the studio after?
Yes, I've done.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but
No, there
perhaps.
are very, very good artists there.
Okay.
There are
Yeah.
people that you can see right away. I've been doing it for almost 37 years.
Yeah,
So you can see if somebody is qualified to be.
right.
very
And I'm
good
assuming they have some artistry skill prior to learning this particular medium.
Actually, 2 of our instructors are previous,
student.
Right,
they were apprentice before.
okay. And have you guys had the opportunity to review the recommendations we're looking at that include what appears to be 4 contingencies?
I believe you want to come and visit on site.
There is an on-site visit as number 1.
Yes, you're more than welcome. Something about pages, numbers, so it's really minor.
Your
yeah.
enrollment agreement, it's a
I'm
technicality.
sorry, I didn't even know. Yeah, so not a problem. And also the financials is, yes, we're working with the accountant. So, yeah,
Yep, and
I guess the 4th one is about the financials too, right? It's the same.
yes.
Yeah.
And while these contingencies obviously say August of '24, it would be super helpful if, it's been 8 months ago, if we can get closer in and it gives us a more current view of things.
Of course.
I'm not suggesting that's going to be part of it. I'm just saying it doesn't have to cut off at that note. It could be completely current.
Yeah, we will do it as soon as we get back to
Right.
Miami.
And there's a 90-day
Yeah.
timeline on that, which comes up quick if you don't have them already. I mean, I haven't done my
We have
taxes
them, we just
yet,
need to
so-
make that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have something?
I do. I believe I heard you say earlier, did you say you're doing part of these programs online?
Yes, no, it's not online. They're in person, but we have online program.
The review
That-
online.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make
No,
sure
they
you were
are-
not doing any, okay.
They're doing it there in the studio.
Wanted to clarify for CIE staff.
Yes.
Yeah, if you were teaching tattoo artistry online, I would not allow you
Oh,
to give
no,
me a
no,
tattoo.
no. But there's some stuff, theory.
You don't want to do that. Trust
Yeah.
me. We don't want to get tattooed by somebody who did online.
Yeah.
13 weeks by mail, right? You can study that way. All right. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12853?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
We're going to continue to push that, I think is number 7, out until they, yeah. Was it 6? No, it was 6, I'm sorry. When they arrive, we will do that. So we'll move forward with number 10, Beauty at True Family Barber Academy, Winter Haven, number 12850. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good to
Good
see
morning.
you. Thank you for being here.
Name is Louis. Good morning. Raphael.
You guys are aware of the staff recommendations that we're looking at that include 3 contingencies?
Yes, sir. I have 4 here, but yeah, we're aware.
Did I miss one? I did miss one. It wasn't highlighted, Director. I'm kidding. So yes, 4. It looks like one was catalog, one was some fees outstanding, one was student protection fee, another was the on-site visit.
Yes, sir.
Are we in agreement on that?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Awesome.
we actually sent the payments already.
Yeah,
we've
so this
advised
would have cut
Mr.
off in early
Victor.
January. If it was after that, that's why.
Correct. Yeah, we
would
sent
be-
one actually in December, so I'm not sure what's going on with that one, but we did advise Victor of the payments that we sent.
Perfect. So if you've told your program specialist, if you'll just send him a reminder email, sometimes when we're sending them through the comptroller's office, they take a little bit longer to get to our office. So we'll be happy to check on that for you again.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. How was your first year compared to how you thought it was going to be?
It was actually better than we thought
Good
it
for
was
you.
going to be.
Congrats.
Yeah, we thought we'd maybe get like 10 students. We actually got like 22, so it was
Awesome.
pretty
How are
good.
you
And
finding them?
honestly, it's been a lot of word of mouth. There's not really a barber school in the area, so people just been coming in just thanking us that we opened. They love the instructor, and there's just a lot of word of mouth.
Well, we don't hear that very often. That's certainly good news. So you guys are on Cypress Guards there right by Legoland, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're like 5 minutes from there.
I'll bring my son to Legoland, come get my hair cut. It'll work out really nicely. So within the context of you guys exceeding your expectations, was the same true? Because I have trailing financials for your cash flow and profitability. You were happy with that?
Yes, yeah, we were.
Yeah, I'm asking that subjective question because I don't have the objective data that's current just from a year ago or so. And you have this other location in Sebring. What's that been like having 2? Was it more work than you expected? You feel like you got the bandwidth, the staff, et cetera? I see
yeah,
your
it
face
was.
like, that was tough.
It was good to have that first location that kind of knew what we had to do here, and so yeah, it definitely helps having that first location.
Yeah. I think 2 locations is 3 times the work.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it is,
sure.
but it's definitely working out, and we're really excited about what we're doing.
Right. And now, do you have any other actual retail locations that you're not training out of, or is these your only existing businesses independent of the training?
Yeah, these are the only 2
The only
locations.
2? Okay. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12850?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Great job, guys. I hope next year exceeds your expectations as well.
I hope so too. Thank you for your time, ladies and gents.
Thank you. We have, yes, ma'am. Oh, no, it's got a, I hate looking at that. Yeah, I'm glad that's not turned outward. I hate that. For the record, Commissioner Batista had to depart. We're still above quorum. There are no items in Section D, application for extension of annual license, which moves us to Section E, application for annual renewal. There are 30 items in this, and we will ask for a motion to take these items by consent.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'll now ask the commissioners if they have any they want to pull. For the record, I'm pretty sure the director has 21, 22, and 24.
I have number 10, 21, 22, and 24.
Was 10 new?
It is.
Okay. So beyond 10, 21, 22, or 24, Commissioner Caballero, do you have any additional? Commissioner Cross?
Do not.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Commissioner Marty?
Nope.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No others. Thank you.
Just one second. I have none additional. So if I can get this right the first time, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 9, 11 through 20, 23, and 25 through 30?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's jump to number 10, which is Custom Made Barber School Jacksonville, number 9108. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay. So, sure.
So Commissioners, you have the staff recommendations in front of you. Upon further review of this file, we noticed that the financials that were provided to the Commission were completed by an inactive CPA. That was confirmed with DBPR Wednesday morning. We confirmed that individual is inactive. So staff would like to revise their recommendations. Those revisions would include granting the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through January 31st, 2026, upon the following contingencies being met. Number 1, submission of a financial review or audit for the institution in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles prepared by an independent CPA for the fiscal period ending December 31st, 2023. If an independent post-secondary educational institution earns less than $100,000 gross tuition revenue per the institution's fiscal year, the institution shall provide both a financial statement of the institution and of the controlling principals. The financial statement shall be compiled, reviewed, or audited by an independent certified public accountant. These statements must demonstrate sufficient resources to ensure appropriate institutional development. B, if the financial statement reflects a negative working capital or a net loss, then an explanation of financial condition must also be submitted. This explanation should include a financial improvement plan or teach-out plan or form of surety guaranteeing that the resources are sufficient to protect the current students pursuant to Rule 6E-2.004 6B1 Florida Administrative Code. And number 2, submission of a completed Form 604 selected financial data to accompany the December 31st, 2023 financial statement pursuant to Rule 6E-2.004 6D Florida Administrative Code. The tuition revenue section of Form 604 shall be used to verify the amount of student protection fund fees due. The institution shall pay to the Student Protection Fund an amount equal to 0.0005 times the tuition revenue. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the conditions are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerked order. And then order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application materials and fees or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to January 31st, 2026.
Well said.
Are we retaining the granting of the approval to the restricted
I
barber?
apologize. I did leave one little very important piece off. Grant approval of the restricted barber diploma program.
And to be clear, is that upon issuance of the annual license?
No, they have an annual license.
Because it's just the renewal. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendation as noted by the director and clarified by council?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. That takes us, I believe, to 21. That is Miami Technical Institute, number 5209. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Doesn't appear we have anybody from that institution. The staff recommendations include 5 contingencies. Are there anything additional and/or revised?
This one is a denial of the application for annual license.
No, not contingencies, they're deficiencies, yes. You're right. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments before we take a motion to deny? Hearing none, do you have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5209?
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. 22 is Military Transition Academy, India Atlantic, number 7862. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commission.
Good morning, how are you, sir?
Good.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Eric Wright is my name. Sorry about that. I'm the founder and United States Navy veteran of Military Transition Academy.
Thank you for your service, sir, and thank you for being here so we can have this discussion together. It sure makes things easier when we're in front of each other. Are you aware of the staff recommendations that we had before us, including what looks to be a single contingency outstanding?
Yes, sir. And in fact, just for the board's edification, we also are working with our accountant, our CPA, that will just become a matter of process in the future to close the books for us as soon as they can. They're still working on the books for 24. They'll close the books within the first 3 weeks of January. We should have them in the first or second week of February, so they're on their way. And that'll just be a matter of business process for them every year moving forward.
Sure. Do you know how many students do you have right now?
0 is what it says in the package.
That's why I'm asking.
And yeah, and I figured that would be a question. And the reason is this: none of our students are self-pay, and very few are from Florida if they are. Our work is done with the federal level, state level, so state WIOA, workforce boards, that kind of stuff, workforce grants, that kind of stuff, municipalities, and our big primary customer is Department of Defense, as you can imagine. We work with active duty and transitioning military members, and the second largest is DHS, Coast Guard. So.
And does that mean that those are contract students, so therefore there's 0 enrollments
Yes,
in
sir.
the publicly available traditional sense?
Yes, sir.
Now I understand. How many, can I ask how many you have under the contract, or is that like a level 2 security spy thing I need to?
Well, I'm on my way to a class next week in Houston for,
Yeah.
we do about 2,000 students a year.
Right.
But we do it at scale through, like I said, through federal government, state government.
Right.
So when you say you have no students, you mean right now?
What's that?
When you said, I'm sorry, when you said no students, you mean right now during this month?
Yes, ma'am. 0 self-pay students.
Yeah. The students they have operating under federal contracts aren't via publicly available, so they have 0 self-pay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you have before this?
Well, the answer for this commission is always 0 because of our relationships and where the funding comes from. So we work with Department of Defense. So say federal government, state government, And then local workforce boards, for example, Texas, we have a program on Fort Bliss, and so it's not open to the general public.
And these are 1-week trainings, is that correct? 35 hours, is it 1 week or?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's 35 contact hours, and we adhere to all, we're not the licensing certification body. We adhere to the Project Management Institute requirements. So those are the requirements they meet.
So are you permanent? We have one on Fort Bliss as well. Are you permanent on Fort Bliss? This program is there consistently?
Yes, ma'am.
With command approval, the
Yes, ma'am.
students can move in and be
That's
there
right.
for 1 week and then
That's right.
move on, move out?
Any Joe can show up. And actually, that program has been great. In fact, the program has been so successful out there that the Department of Labor actually sent one of their senior executives with their staff of 14 people scurrying around them out to see the program because the numbers being reported up by the base and the Workforce Commission were so spectacular. I mean, we've been at this for a couple of years now, so we've got it figured out, and that's all we do. And my staff are veterans, and so there are people.
Is it your intent to continue focusing on those contract fulfillment, or do you have plans to expand the self-pay aspect that's probably not part of your revenue right now?
We don't, Commissioner, because we do so much work, and we're constantly getting asked to do more work. The United States Army Corps of Engineers has approached us to start training their engineers, and so we've got more than enough customer acquisition channels, let's say it that way, student acquisition channels.
Yeah.
And we're specialized in what we do. We all speak federal contracting. We all have worn the uniform. We represent all of the services in my company's staff composition, so that's all we do for a living.
Yeah.
We have inside baseball experience, let's say that.
Right, yeah. It'd be interesting. I think I could learn a lot from you. It's interesting what you guys are doing and how you're going about it. I know I saw the other day that there are 20,000 servicemen and women who are planning to assimilate into civilian life just in Florida this year.
Yep.
You know, it's a big number.
So there's 4.5 million veterans right now in the workforce, and to that we add about 200,000 a year, depending on who's in the White House and the number of folks exiting out. And we train about 2,000 a year. So
yeah.
I'm on my way to Houston next week. So,
right. Yeah. Well, thank you for helping give us this clarity here, and thank you for being here and giving you guys momentum where you are. It feels like formality, but thanks for being here anyway. And
well, I'll tell you, working with the commission has really elevated us in the minds of our customers because it's Florida recognized Department of Education, that kind of thing. So it's, for us, we appreciate all the hard work you guys do for us, Breanne, to get us ready to come up here every year and see you also.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Commissioners, any additional questions, comments? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7862?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Travel safe to Houston, sir. Thank you for being
Thanks,
here.
Commissioner. I appreciate you.
All right, number 24, I believe, is what's next. Did I get that right? Okay. Seed Time Academy, School for Higher Learning, Lauderhill, number 6313. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Apparently, they are unable to make it here today. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Discussion? Just noting for the record, staff recommendations of denying this license. So do I have a motion then to accept staff recommendations to deny the annual license for number 6313?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us all the way through this particular section. E on to F. Section F has one item on the agenda, which is application for license by means of accreditation, and that is JT's Codecraft Academy, Fort Lauderdale, number 5888. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hi there, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Ms. Gloria Villalobos from JT Scott's Academy.
Hello, I'm Janarius Johnson, JT Scott's Academy.
Thank you both for being here. We appreciate the opportunity to talk with you face to face. Are you guys aware of the recommendations that we have, which are pretty short, in front of us? I don't see any contingencies for this one. We are taking it individually because you're the only school in this section.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'd love to hear about your accreditation journey, though, just because I hear it varies by industry, and I don't know that we've spoken to someone within your industry about this in a little while. So how did that go?
It actually went really well.
Good.
The leaders, the team leaders that came onto our school at the time in 2021, they definitely was very surprised as how well everything was going between our academics as well as the admissions role. Everything went well. They were very happy, and so we had no findings from that visit.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Do you feel like this is going to make a significant impact on your enrollment velocity and number of students you get?
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to help us with that into growing even bigger. Yes.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Where are you guys in Fort Lauderdale? I'm not familiar with the street address you're on.
We're off of Oakland Park. It's near Dixie, in between 6th Avenue and Dixie. So
Okay.
if you pass Dixie, you've gone too far.
Okay. All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5888?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very
Congratulations
much.
on your accreditation.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Next item is G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. I think we need to note before I ask if we would like to take these by consent that there's an abstention. Commissioner Caballero is affiliated with number 10 and will need to abstain from voting on that institution. Let me think for a second how we'll phrase this. What? We would pull 10 then? Okay, sure. Then we'll do that individually. Right, but we would pull that one because of his abstention. Yes, okay. All right, I think we got it. Then do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Standing. We will note that we will move number, what was it, 10? We will pull number 10 because of Commissioner Caballero's need to abstain. I'll now ask you guys if you have any additional you would like to pull. Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Or Commissioner Caballero? So it appears that, just one second here. I have none additional. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 9 and 11
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted. Let's jump to number 10. That would be South Florida Institute of Technology, noting Commissioner Caballero's need to abstain. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? I'm assuming, well, I don't know if anyone arrived. So if you're from that institution, other than Commissioner Caballero, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Then as a procedural formality, we would ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 3637, noting Commissioner Caballero's need to abstain.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well, which takes us to item H. There are 7 items in this section. Application for program approvals and modifications. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Caballero, are there any you would like to pull from this section? No. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Director?
None.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 7, section H?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'm going to ask that we take I know we're very, very close to the end here, but I'm going to ask that we take a couple-minute break since it is noon now, and come back for section I. But we'll make it, since we're pretty close on here, we'll make it a short 10-minute to be back at 12:10. Thank you. If you guys will have a seat, we'll get moving on. Section I, did the individuals that were on the way show?
Yes, they are. Grace is here. So it is section, sorry, it is number 6 in section C, application for license, annual license.
Number 6 in Section C, application for annual license that we skipped a little earlier. Was Gray School of Nursing, West Palm Beach, number 12789. And if I understand it correctly, there's someone from that institution is here now. And if so, we'd love for you to come to the podium and introduce yourself. Don't feel obligated if you don't want to talk to us, but here's your chance. I know that was a drive. Thank you.
Yes, it was. My name is Paul Robinson. I'm the admission coordinator.
Veronica Robinson, Director of Nursing Students.
Well, thank you both for rushing back down this way and being here. We're excited. Not everyone shows up for these, and it sure is nice when they do. Are you aware of the staff recommendations that we are all looking at that includes a couple of contingencies that are outstanding?
No.
One of those is the completion of an on-site visit.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
I don't know if that has been scheduled. If it has not, your program coordinator would contact you and let you know when that is going to be.
Right.
And then the second is a submission of a remediation plan for your nursing assistant program.
Okay.
Which a couple of commissioners on there may want to talk about or may not necessarily. What brought about the need for that remediation plan. But either way, those two contingencies, once you receive your clerk order, have a 90-day window, which means they have to be completed within that period.
Okay.
That's tight if you've not been working on them already, or you're working on your remediation plan already.
For the CNA, I mean, it's only one now didn't pass, and it was a language barrier. But no problem, we could do that. I could do that.
How many students do you have right now?
For the CNAs, we don't have any current, but we did pass to like 10. 11 but 1 because of the language barrier. She never passed. She took it twice. So I tutor her, and hopefully she go back. She's a little discouraged.
Commissioners, do you guys have questions or comments related to either contingencies or any other? It's just a second here, guys. There's what I was looking for. So you're running 4 programs, the nursing assistant being just one of those. Which one is your most popular program?
The LPN.
I'm sorry?
LPN, or the practical nurse.
Yes.
Practical nurse program.
When do you have your first testers coming out, or your graduates? When are they
May.
scheduled? In May?
May this year.
We're in the planning for graduation.
Graduation now.
They're excited.
How many students do you have in that program?
15 because 2 fell out.
The 2 fell out because one relocated and the other was going some personal medical issues. So, decided to actually suspend her studies for right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Commissioner Caballero, are you happy with the financial statements that we're reviewing here? Or satisfied, maybe not happy is the right word for that. So the financial statements we look at show through what appears to be March of '24, and it always trails just because of the nature of how these meetings are set up.
Right.
So I don't know how much your financial position has changed since then. I know you were showing a loss at that time. Do you know currently how your financials are relative to what we're seeing a year ago?
Yes. So far it's been much improvement because we actually have had a flooded of applicants since we have our site actually located in one of the Hollywood hip hop stores website. And we're beginning, tons of phone calls and applicant. So far we have 7 students that have been enrolled so far into our common class starting. So, I consider because, just less than a year, I think there have been much improvement. And also, we're looking forward towards our accreditation, which I think is going to be helping us a lot as far as getting student.
Where are you in that process?
Just apply.
We just applied for it, yes, our
With the
accreditation.
COE.
Right. And I know that's one of been our challenges as far as the student getting their actually tuition paid for. So right now we have actually set up, most of our students now that we have, I mean, they're actually also in the medical fields. And their institution actually have where they help their student further their education. So that actually been helping our students now. So I think is also, that's going to help us a lot. I mean, help our students a lot as far as paying for their tuition.
Are both of you working full-time at this, or do you have other jobs in addition to?
No, I work, I mean, I'm the director of human resource for a healthcare facility. And my wife here, she's actually the student.
I do local travel. I still go to bedside, so for 2 days a week.
Okay. Well, then you guys have a lot of plates spinning, trying to ramp this up
Yes,
simultaneously.
right,
with your
exactly.
existing
In other
jobs.
words, we don't really depend on the financial income of the
Right,
business.
that's why I
no.
was asking.
Right, we
Yeah.
do not depend on it at all. No.
I would,
Yeah.
yeah, that can get scary fast,
Yeah,
right?
that's okay now.
For,
That's okay.
for any of us.
That's okay.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment on this? Then, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation to grant the annual license for number 12789?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That license is granted. Thank you for driving down.
I appreciate you guys, and thank you guys so much. It was worth
Yes,
the trip.
I hope so. Enjoy the beautiful view and facilities we have here before you get back on the road. I know you-
Absolutely. Thank you.
Maybe
Thank you,
some
guys.
sleep. Thanks.
Let's flip back to section I believe, where we were. There are 16 items in this section for motion for extension of license. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And I ask the commissioners if they have any from items 1 through 17 you would like to pull. Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Caballero? Director?
None.
I am going to tell you if I do or not. If you'll give me just one moment, please. I do not. Then do I have a motion to accept staff's recommendations for section I, numbers 1 through 16?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted. That puts us to section J, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. Are there 5? There are 5 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Caballero, are there any from 1 through 5 you would like to pull? Mr. Cross?
None.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
Nothing.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Commissioner Marty? Director?
None.
I'd like to pull number 5. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for section J items 1 through 4?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, I asked to pull number 5 because I was reviewing what seemed like there has been a multi-year process here. And I'm, with the letter that was submitted, discussing things like tree removal and lift stations, which would be for water and sewer. I don't know whether it makes more sense for them to continue to ask for extensions, because it sounds like they are extremely early in their process, and it could take years more for them to get where they are. And in the interest of their time and our time, I didn't know if it made more sense to have them submit when they're further along. Does that make sense at all?
Is the institution here?
Is there anybody as a representative of Stay Safe ELDT School number 12580? No. So I did have some operational questions for them as well. And I was unable to find them online, thankfully. Right. But here, let me be more clear about this. There are requirements for paved lots and infrastructure things that are part of the type of training that they're submitting to do, that if you're still removing trees, you are a long, long way, I mean, a multi-year process away from even being able to apply for that. So I don't know if council has a thought on this can being continually kicked down the road for extended periods of time, or...
Am I reading this correctly, that we're talking about a clerked order from December 28th, 2022? Yes. That's just my question.
Yeah, no, that's precisely why I'm asking, is we're pushing 2.5 years on being able to be compliant with the standards for provisional licensure, and the letter that asked for the extension is still talking about what sounds like site prep on empty dirt. Does that make sense?
I think it's this commission's call to make. If the contingencies noted in a nearly 3-year-old clerked order,
right,
have not been satisfied.
I mean, it doesn't prevent them from coming back and resubmitting.
That's correct.
At a later time. That seems like it might be a more efficient use of everyone's efforts.
That's your call.
And there are 2 options on this one. You could go ahead and deny the extension, and they would no longer have met the conditions of their clerked order, and then they'll be back in for the failure to comply with the clerked order. Or you can accept it through their June 30th request. If they're still not done at that point, they'll have to ask for another extension, and then you could deny it at that point if you think that their explanation, which is on page 2, that you think they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, well, the if is the point there, is all we're doing is prolonging the same scenario within such a short period of time because of what we're talking about here.
Counselor, could they also push them to defer this decision to the March meeting and order them to appear in person to have this discussion?
I feel like that's the opposite of what we're trying to achieve here. I'm trying to put less time into something that's clearly not going to be there if they're still clearing an empty field, right? I mean, I don't take that the wrong way. I just think that's the opposite of what we're trying to achieve on a 3-year-old failure to comply.
If the commission wanted to do that, they certainly could, and I would have some recommended language if they wanted to.
You mean wanting to deny the extension?
If the commission wanted to, the commission, I believe, could grant the application in part by giving them until the March meeting and then ordering them to appear at the March meeting. If the commission wanted to, I'm just giving options.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basing this around the applicant's words themselves, that talking about underground infrastructure through the city of Jacksonville, who they are apparently waiting on to connect water and sewer to the piece of property that they own, and clearing that property as well. That would then subsequently require permitting for paving any buildings that have to be erected. I think we're talking about a multi-year process here on top of the 3 years that we've already been kicking this can down the road. My opinion is that we would deny the grant of extension, and they should come back and submit this when they're much closer, so that all of us aren't spending time on it while they comply. That's just my opinion. Commissioners, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah.
Hey, they're not T-Mobile rollover minutes. We can't get this time back, right? So
Just a consideration here. There is ambiguity in the language that doesn't make it clear whether or not this is site prep for new construction.
It does.
Well, because I looked up the address here, and it's not vacant, at least in terms of the images on Google Earth. And that makes me wonder what is meant by it.
Let me add that even if this commission does vote to deny the application for extension of time and deny the application for provisional licensure for failure to comply with the December 28, 2022 clerked order, that doesn't prevent the institution from appearing at the March meeting if they want to plead some kind of extenuating circumstance.
Certainly, yeah, they have that opportunity.
They can certainly they can come before this commission at an informal hearing in March and make their case.
Now, just to be clear, my clarification wasn't to belly the intention of Commissioner Williams' claim. I think that this is not a productive use of CIE's resources.
Right.
And it would be a lot more expedient for them to submit when they're ready.
Agree.
Right. I just want to make sure that when we're stating on the record the reasons for it, that we're not opening ourselves up to some sort of factual dispute over our assumptions in the letter.
Of course.
It's more about,
that's well said.
It's more about the fact that the letter does not include any clear indications of when it will be ready or that it will be ready soon.
Right.
Rather, it just gives us kind of a notion that certain barriers to next steps are in the process of being resolved without any sense of how close those next steps are to final steps.
That's well said. Yeah, yeah. And to your point, we're talking about the JEA still has to connect this property for water and sewer and power, and all of that would have to happen prior to their even attempt to seek an occupancy certificate, if indeed they're using the building that you're talking about, which we don't know.
Right.
Right. Yeah, so we're waiting on multiple municipal authorities to complete their work before the submission entity can even begin the process of becoming compliant.
So if I may, the December 28th clerked order from 2022 excuse me, lists 3 contingencies or conditions. Are we alleging that they failed to satisfy all 3 of them, or 2 out of the 3?
It doesn't show us here on our extension here, so I don't.
Well, no, we have a copy of the clerked order.
Okay.
So,
could you state those then?
So the conditions were submission of a current municipal business license, submission of a recent municipal fire inspection, and submission of an updated catalog. So if we're going to deny the application for failure to fulfill the conditions of the clerk's order, I need to know, are we alleging that all three of those conditions remain unsatisfied, or just two of those three?
Two of those three are addressed in the request for extension.
Okay.
I'm unaware of the status of their catalog because it's not addressed in their extension. So if we don't have it and they didn't address it in this letter, then it's an unknown variable.
And Counselor, correct me if I'm incorrect. This is a motion for a request for extension to time to comply with contingencies. So this would be a denial of the request for time to comply, and then they would come back in with the failure to comply, and then we could assess which of those three items are still outstanding.
Yeah, they have the opportunity.
I don't, if we deny the extension of time, then I think this commission, I don't think has any other choice but to deny the application for provisional licensure because they failed. If the extension has not been granted, then up until this date, their time to comply with the clerk's order is expired.
Yes.
If we don't grant the extension. And that has been our practice with other schools. In fact, I think we did that yesterday with the school.
Yeah, we did, yes.
So a denial of the application to extend time, it necessarily follows from that it's a denial of the application for provisional licensure, but the clerk's order which will issue needs to specify which conditions of this order we're alleging they did not satisfy.
Well, it would be unless we're in possession of the catalog, it's all three.
That's what we were checking. We are in possession of the catalog, and it appears to have been corrected in accordance with this clerk's order.
Okay, so the motion then, it sounds like, is as follows. To deny the application for extension of licensure, and then to deny the still pending application for provisional licensure for failure to satisfy items 2A and B of the December 28th, 2022 clerk's order. I will include, when I draft this clerk's order, I will include a statement, I don't have to, but why not, that this denial is without prejudice for the institution to reapply.
Yeah, that was my point to begin with, was to make a more efficient use of our time once they have a more complete submission available. 100%. Agreed.
Agree.
Then do I have a motion to,
And I have a feeling that if it was around the corner, they'd be here today.
absolutely, well,
Yeah.
yes, agreed, 100%. When I saw things like the JEA and the city of Jacksonville and underground infrastructure, we're talking about massive amounts of time here, and I hope they're able to navigate it, and I hope they're able to come forth and comply and receive their provisional. Then the motion is going to be as council stated, and that would deny the grant of extension of time and thereby deny the provisional, right?
That's correct. For failure to satisfy items 2A and B of the December 28th, 2022 clerk's order.
Right. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for entertaining me as we work through becoming a more efficient body. Section K is substantive change approval. There are 5 items in this section. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. For the record, the director has noted number 1 and number 2 to be pulled. I'll ask the commissioners if you have additional. Commissioner Caballero? Commissioner Cross?
5.
Number 5. When you first said 5, I thought you meant all 5, and then I was and not number 5. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No others. Thank you.
Commissioner Marty?
No other?
Commissioner Stefano?
No others. Thank you.
I am going to request number 4, because I'd like to have a conversation with you guys that have waited so patiently to be here all day long, and I want to hear more about the business there. Not pulling it because I feel like you're deficient in some way, but that would be numbers 1, 2, 4, and 5. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation on number 3?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 1 is HCA Florida Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing, Miami, number 3445. Speaking of patient people, in our defense, it is only 12:45. It's not that bad. It makes us feel lonely in here with no one left, so thank you for sticking around.
It's all good. As you have met us yesterday with the other school, I'm Robert Westfall. This is Dr. Eileen Hidalgo. We have good news, if I may, with HCA Florida Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing. I wonder if there's another school with a name that long. But having said that, I'm sorry. We met the licensure requirements for 2024. Excellent. So we have exceeded that expectation. And so we're very proud. We worked very long and hard for that. The college is getting there, as we mentioned that yesterday. And so the irony about the timing of the meetings, our dean is going to the board of the Florida Board of Nursing meeting next week.
Of course.
I'm like, okay. So, and I was kind of hoping that would work out vice versa, because and I'm assuming, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you probably need the Board of Nursing okay in order to lift any provisional status with us, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So right now you are on substantive change. We're recommending substantive change due to that program being on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing. There is a section of your clerk's order that will give authority to the executive director to return you to annual status when that program is no longer on probation. So once the Board of Nursing has made their decision, if they determine to pull you off of probation, you can provide those documents to this commission, and then I can return you to the annual status. Okay.
Oh, right. Can I overnight them to you?
Of course you can.
We have been working so hard on this, as you can tell. It's our passion. It's what we do. So we are more than happy to entertain other questions you may have.
You guys obviously are familiar with the staff recommendation and the contingencies that are applied within there.
Yes.
Right. And the timeline associated with it sounds like you're on top of that anyway, right?
That profit and loss statement was sent by email December 16th. I'm not sure if that was received.
To a Ms. Truong?
If it's still in here, that means it either was not, there was something in it that they were concerned about, or they did not receive it. So if you could resubmit that, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And it may be, and I haven't seen them, by the way, what you sent, but it does specify in here each Florida location, meaning if you sent big rolled up financials for your parent, which I know are substantial, it was requesting something more.
Yeah, it was just one sheet.
Okay, that's why I'm asking, is sometimes we get one or the other, but we need both, right?
Gotcha.
Okay,
It
awesome.
is school specific, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Then it sounds like the 90 days associated with the clerk order shouldn't be a problem for you guys, because you know exactly what's coming and when. Yep. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Didn't you guys tell us yesterday you're going to submit a name change?
For the
I'm making that up.
Yeah, well, it's like, I know that got sent, but with all of this going on, I take responsibility for it. Okay. So we're going to resend it again, and everything's the same. There's no changes in that entity whatsoever.
Sure.
Other than just the change of the name. That's it. So I can have that sent to you as soon as is immediately possible too.
Perfect. And a name change is usually pretty simple process for us, but if you could resubmit it, we would appreciate it.
On the summary sheet for the School of Practical Nursing, it appears correct.
Yeah, HCA.
It says HCA Florida Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing.
Okay. And Go ahead, Director.
And to clarify, when we're talking about the name change, you were talking about the one from yesterday,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
The
Yes,
degree,
ma'am.
this one has already been done.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, yes. If you'll send me the name change for the one from yesterday.
Gotcha.
And I'm assuming that's going to require a fictitious name registration via SumBiz, et cetera, so that everything's consistent?
Yeah.
Okay. I knew that it was one of them. I couldn't remember yesterday if you were talking about this one or the other, so thank you for entertaining me. All right, Commissioners, do you have additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3445?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for hanging out.
Thank
being
you
here
all.
2 days in a row.
Thank you enough. Thank you.
Travel safe. Number 2 is Novo Contour Academy Orlando, number 4028. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Okay, so let me bring this up. I had made a note here on this one to discuss the substantial negative working capital on what was a trailing out of 23. I know we don't have 24's numbers. I don't know if Commissioner Caballero had thoughts on the financial statements that were submitted there.
I guess same concerns, and also with regards to the financial improvement plan. It's primarily about lowering costs of products versus how we're going to get more students.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah, you got to work both ends, right? And I didn't see the financial data number 2 contingency wasn't specific to financial, or was that specific to financial soundness? Not the contingency, it wasn't.
No, the move to find that a substantive change has occurred and issuing a provisional license upon the contingencies being met is due to the financial soundness.
Right,
And they will
right.
also be put on progress reporting.
Right, moved from annual to provisional because of.
Correct.
Right. Okay. I'm okay with that. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4028?
Move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. You guys have been incredibly patient for number 4, RV Tech Training Center out of Largo, number 3440. You guys feel free to step to the podium and introduce yourselves. I know we chatted a moment earlier.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Schutzsmith, the administrator.
Good afternoon. I'm Cameron Rohani, and I want to upfront thank Chris DeSalvo for helping us through the process. It was a good learning project for us.
Outstanding. I know we chatted briefly earlier, and I like that you guys are front row people, not back row people.
Yes.
All right. I like the engagement, and thank you for coming here in this process. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we're all looking at? And that is broadly to grant the annual license for procedural purposes, but find that a substantive change in ownership had occurred.
Yes.
Are you guys, we're all in agreement on that? Can you tell us a little about what happened, how that went down?
The previous owners were desiring to retire, elderly. They're ages 82 and 84.
Bless them.
And God bless them. They kept this operation going for 20 years.
Wow.
And so decided to, I started talking to them back in 2020 and worked with them progressively and sequentially in steps, sequential steps, and we finally took it over and met all the different requirements. We needed to learn a lot about how this licensure process works with all the different forms and changes. It was fantastic with the team of members that you have. It was just great process for us to learn from.
Did you guys come from either technical training or the RV world?
Yes,
or-
actually, we own several companies.
Okay.
Several divisions. One of them is aerospace engineering company. And so we
Is that in
train-
Florida?
Yes.
Yes.
Here in Florida. In
Clearwater.
Clearwater, actually. Aviation engineering consultants, Inc. We have done lots of training for Boeing, Airbus, and General Electric, Pratt & Whitney. Lots of military as well. And we were very proud to see some of the military folks training that was taking place. And our school is different from some of the previous years of schools. Most of the previous past has been academic training and showing video recordings and what have you. But you have made substantial amount of improvement in that right off the get-go. At the gate, once they get the training, academic training in the class, they're immediately hands-on. So we want to make sure they walk out with full skills. And we also have at the same very location in the process of construction, RV service center. So when they finish graduation, they're going to be joining our service center. And we have got 100% success so far in every one.
Outstanding. It's been my experience that people buy businesses not because of what they are, but because of what they could be.
Yes.
And you guys seem like the type that probably have a vision for what you're wanting to create here. Can you help us understand how that's different than what it has been?
Well, in all my decades, I've got over 11,000 graduates from all my other career training for Boeing staff and others, including the military, Department of Defense. I have always believed that education in this country, unfortunately, we don't have apprenticeship as part of our systems. So I was big on that.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to make sure that we provide that capability for single moms, veterans, refugees, people of less fortune, and people of special need. So we are heavily involved in community services in all of our other divisions. And so it's something that comes from the heart. Money end of it doesn't really interest us. That always comes as a result of good that you do, but that's not the motivation.
Yeah, I had two other questions for you, just so, because you guys are taking on substantial obligation to the students that are coming through, and obviously that's our role here, is to make sure that the students are prioritized. I'm wondering if you are planning to be in contact with employers of those that you are bringing on board for the purpose of placement, of which, look, we live in Florida, everybody knows the RV demand, and there has to be incredible demand for service of those RVs. And tell me what you're doing first of making sure that these folks have access to positions that, you know, are going to give them an ROI on their investment.
So far, we have 4 dealerships that are in Florida, and 3 of them in Florida, 1 in Texas, that have asked for us to give them the list of students that graduate because they want to give them jobs at their location. And so we are actually blessed with that, and the students have a choice to decide, and it's theirs. Our obligation is to make possibilities real for them.
Are they offering to subsidize the cost of the program to anyone who's a candidate for that training?
Not so far, but ourselves, we're working on several platforms to create funding through our own organizations so that nobody could be denied because they don't have enough funds to go through the school.
Yeah. The last question I'll let the other commissioners ask questions is, are you familiar with a company called Pebble? P-E-B-B-L-E, just like the rock?
Yes.
Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I've been watching that transition. most RVs being propane and kind of antiquated technology, right, for powering it for decades. For 50 years, it's been that same way. And what Pebble's doing is interesting because of the electrification, and you can actually charge your electric vehicle with your RV that is pulling it, and it's pretty slick. And we live in the Sunshine State, and there's our solar-powered roofs that is doing that. It's really cool. So I thought I would point that out, and if you weren't familiar, have you take note, because at some point they're going to quit working on propane tanks and start working on batteries and solar panels.
Yeah, absolutely. And we right now teach our students solar panel systems on their RVs, and something that students previous decades or years didn't have access to. They would learn a lot of things in class, but they didn't have any RVs. So we bought several RVs for them to practice on as they get educated. So this was fundamental. This goes along with what we call part of the apprenticeship. So
Well, I'm happy you guys picked up the program, and I operate the only CDL apprenticeship in the state of Florida. The state doesn't focus on apprenticeships enough, and what you're talking about is a high demand. I love the idea. I'm glad you picked up something that was existing. I know you guys are going to run with that. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
Just kudos on the apprenticeship model. It was the prevalent model of education before the 1920s, and the transition to the current academic model, Carnegie Unit, et cetera. And the truth of the matter is that time is a questionable proxy for actual learning, right? So to say that if someone sits in a seat for 45 hours, that can approximate a certain gain in learning, well, it's not necessarily the best measure, right? Different people get more out of it. And in certain industries, that kind of apprenticeship, one of the key factors that it had in its original form wasn't just guiding someone in the skill trade, but also a sense of mentorship. Yes. Right? So I just, I hope that you take it as an opportunity to form not just professionals, but to form persons.
Absolutely. Actually, we've taken several initiatives towards making sure that our students not only come through our classes, but we've extended unlimited for them after they graduate to come back for additional whatever, or if they're out in the field doing services for others, they can call us, and we have an entire engineering department to support them. One other element that other schools do not have, which is something that we are taking on, is after they get the technical skills, they become good workers out there. But they don't have the necessary skills to communicate with their customers, with the people that they work with. So we have added additional things to our program to be launched in parallel for the next sessions, and that would be soft skills. And we're going to give that to them under our not-for-profit foundation. So they
You guys
would
got to
not be
bring
denied.
in, what is it? Is it KLH? Who's the big RV where you can park and bring them in? It starts with a K.
KOA.
Is it KOA? KOA is what I was thinking of. Yeah, those guys need to carry on the remaining number of hours in your apprenticeship program and pick them up as on-site techs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So not only that, they're going to get once our own service center. Right now, it's under review and construction planning with the city of Largo. Once that gets approved in the next couple of months, then we're going to have a lot more RVs at our place, and they're going to be given direct, immediate option to join our services and even strengthen their knowledge and expertise before they choose to be on their own or choose to go someplace else.
I love this idea. I'm jealous. You guys are going to have a lot of fun with this. You're going to have a lot of people do work that needs to get done that no one's really thinking about, right? That's super cool. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
Just out of curiosity, what is the starting salary for these individuals?
Currently, the students that are graduated from our place, they make upwards of $100,000 a year. So we have got a couple of students that are between $400,000 and $600,000 a year income. So this is really a big thing for them.
It's a very specialized skill, right?
It is.
I spoke to you guys earlier. I think I told you my 6-year-old wants an RV, and he picked one out, and it turned out to be $500,000, the one that he wanted me to buy. And I had to break the news to him that that wasn't happening, right? But if something costs $500,000, it is very expensive to maintain, and thereby these guys make really good money doing it.
And it's beyond the engine.
Oh, yeah.
I work
Oh,
for a school, multiple schools, and we have a diesel program, and RV companies hire our students and want them. But you're well beyond, you're specialized, and I'm listening to that. It's beyond just the engine, it's everything else, which is fantastic.
Niches make riches. I love it. Well, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3440?
So
moved. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'm excited to watch you guys progress with this. Congratulations.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful weekend.
You as well. Safe travels. Okay, number 5, the Dental Assisting and Team Institute, Palm Beach Gardens, number 7917. If you're here from that institute, please step to the podium and introduce yourself. This was one of your original polls, wasn't it?
It's mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. I didn't know that, Jeff.
It's not a concern, it's more of a suggestion, and/or I have a procedural question as it relates to this. So my suggestion would have been for a name change, but does this have to go through first and get the programs and then come back, or could they have done this concurrently? I'm not saying they want to do a name change, but can you do it concurrently?
You're not on.
I'm trying to think. This would be a little tricky to do it concurrently because you wouldn't want to do the name change and then be denied the change in purpose. I would recommend kind of doing it the way they're doing the purpose with the name change, but we can certainly speak to them about suggestions.
Well, I just thought they'd killed 2 birds with 1 stone if they had it on here.
I like where your head's at with the efficiency.
But that's it. No other concerns.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? With no one here, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7917?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries and takes us on to section L, of which there are none. Section M, there is one, the Treasure Coast Medical Institute, Fort Pierce, number 5638. Name change to Treasure Coast Medical and Fire Institute. No one here from there. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for 5638?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And there are no agent training programs. And sections 13 through 18. Do we need to address 15 for provisional annual accreditation? Is there anything to be put on record there? Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept sections 13 through, you said 6, well, 8 journey doesn't count. Yes, sorry. 13 through 16 by consent.
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Adopted. Then that would move us to 17, which is comments from the commissioners, which will open the floor for now. I have one, but you guys, if you have any comments or concerns or anything the commission should adjust or discuss, I'll let you guys go first. No? I'll be quick. I wanted to note 2 things. First, I've been here for 2 years, and I've never had so many staff come up and comment on the quality and the collaboration of staff, and their program manager is like it was today. It was 7 or 8 different groups naming the person by name as if there was one of their friends who did such a fantastic job with them. And I think, I don't mind saying out loud that when I arrived here, it was the opposite of this. And as a licensee, I can tell you my experience was not the best. So I want to note the cultural shift brought on by the director and the staff here as of late, and the tangible results that we're getting from licensees, which is the whole point of the matter. And I felt like that merited being put onto the record. So you're doing a hell of a job, and so are the rest of you guys as well.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
The only other thing that I think, what was my number two? I had a number two, but it'll come back to me in a second. If you guys had something else that you wanted to say, anything need to be put on the record? Counselor, do you have anything? You do not? I'll recall what my second one was a bit later there, but I'll bring it up at another time. With that, I guess we are probably moving to adjourn. Oh, yeah. See, I've been off script the whole time, so now I'm going to look at the script. And I want to thank you all for joining us here today. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 27th and 28th, and unfortunately, that will be virtual. But I look forward to see everybody there, and thank you for your participation today. We didn't need to ask for public comment from anybody else that was here, right? Okay. All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you.